Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Okay, audio sounds good. So I think we are ready to get started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy. Oh, it is Friday. Normally, this would be compiler day. But instead, we're going to do some exploration with Odin. And see what we can get to happen in that direction, like we did yesterday. The plan is we're gonna sort of look through the Odin webpage, see what it's all about, see what it says about itself, look at some little code examples just to get a flavor. Then we will download it and take it for a test drive. We'll try to get the Hello World to work, and if we get Hello World to work, we will pick an old Advent of Code year. So we were doing 2020 yesterday. So we'll pick a different year and work through the first 2 or 3 days of it, just to feel how the programming language works with some toy problems. None of these are large scale problems, so like this isn't actual usage, but demonstrative, gets you sort of a flavor. Where's the language? How's the documentation? How easy is it to Google, read a whole file or read a file line by line, that sort of thing. So yeah, that's kind of the plan. My opinion from yesterday's Zig exploration is there's a lot of good ideas there, but it's not done. It's not executed to a usable point. Like, we spent way more time trying to figure out if we could read a file line by line, and the examples all showed did not work with Windows line endings, which is mind-boggling. Like, that's been a thing forever, and it just isn't working. So the fact that that's still the case makes me sad. Come on. Where's my water here? So yeah, I'm just feeling like Zig, some good ideas, really good ideas even, just not at that execution level I need it to be at to be usable. Part of me wants to go and be like, hey, if you pay me, I'll help you do things. I'm not the best developer by any means, but more manpower can never hurt. But so that line endings example, the questions in the forum are all 4 years old or more, 5 years old. So it's been a problem for a long time, still hasn't addressed it. So for example, in C, if you read a file, you have an option of reading it in text mode, which fixes line endings. All line endings are \n in C. If you read a file in text mode, regardless whether it's a carriage return a new line or a carriage return new line. But whatever. Okay, so this here Emacs is all for Zig stuff. We'll close out this buffer, close out this file, close out this window. There we go. Bring up a new one. Get our window sized right. So we have one called Zig. We'll make one called Odin. Let's go ahead and make a notes file. Then we'll bring an browser over here. Make it a little smaller. This is not going to work, is it? It's going to be okay. Let's see if this will work. I have to trick OBS into showing the browser. Okay, let's take a look here. It needs... Okay. If we do this right, there's one. Okay. Now we don't need that. So we're going to search for Odin language. And there it is, odinlang.org. Put that in my notes. Easy peasy. Okay, let's take a look. Right. General purpose programming language with distinct typing built for high performance, modern systems and data-oriented programming. It's the C alternative for the joy of programming, simplicity, orthogonality of concepts. Operations change just one thing without affecting others. Assembly instruction sets. The language is inconsistent. Really? Structures but not arrays may be returned from a function. An array can be returned if it is inside a structure. That's fair. If you're going to be inconsistent in that direction, that's... A member of a structure can be any data type except void, or the structure of the same type. An array element can be any data type except void. Everything is passed by value except for arrays. I think it's funny that we still think that we're on a RISC architecture these days. Everything these days is very complicated, not RISC at all. Coupling, cohesion, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so he cares about orthogonality. Good old Ginger Bill does. Hey, Suki. Hello, hello. How are you doing? High performance. Odin allows for the high performance through low-level control over memory, layout, memory management, and custom allocators. Yep, so same line as other languages I've been looking at. For modern systems, Odin is designed from the bottom up for the modern computer with built-in support for structures of array data types, array programming, and other features. Okay. We go into programming as love to solve problems. Why shouldn't our tools bring us joy whilst doing it? Enjoy programming again with Odin. Odin is used in physics, visualization, simulations. Always great. You're great. Good to hear it, Suki. I am also great. I am riding like the sugar buzz for another week or two. Companies who use products by Jenga FX, and Jenga FX uses Odin. Okay, so he's claiming... Okay, so to fill up his page, he's using Jenga FX, who creates Ember, Liquid, and GeoGen, which are then used by other companies. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Digital Twin Toolkit is written in Odin. Factory flow questions. See, I've worked in simulation, and it's an interesting problem. But next language, Pascal. Pascal, I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to Algol. The modern programming languages owe a lot to Algol, so maybe we need to go try an Algol language. Pascal, do I want to learn Pascal? Maybe some Fortran. We could learn some Fortran. Oh, we could go COBOL. If I learn COBOL, then I can always be employed by the government, right? Freeze me for 100 years, and they'll still have issues. Need to be debugged. I don't think COBOL would be a joy to program in, though. Okay. Overview. Okay. Ooh, getting started with Odin guide. That's probably useful. Hello. Save this code to an Odin file. Compile and run it using Odin run. Maybe C minus minus. It actually exists. I know. I wrote a compiler for C minus minus. No, not C minus minus. I think just C minus. In college chorus, there was a C-like language we had to compile for the tiny VM, I think it was called. Maybe it's just C minus. Yeah. Odin run dot. The run command compiles the. So how does Odin know what the root file is if there's only one Odin file? Is that maybe the key? The build. Directory-based packages. Tell it to treat a single file as a standalone package. Add dash file like so. Okay. Next step, machine code. Oh, we are going to get there eventually. It might be a couple of years, but we're going to get there. We're going to generate from scratch x86-64 Intel instructions. It'll be wonderful. The hard part may actually be reverse engineering the Windows portable executable file format. x86-64 Linux kernel. See, this is the part I absolutely hate. Your code is x86-64 for the Intel or for AMD. Like that's kind of the two main instruction sets for a modern PC these days, right? So why do we now have for Linux kernel, for the OS is imposing so much structure on top of the commands that actually execute, and I hate it because they want to check, manifests, and it'd be fun, and a universal assembly. Yes. Every time this goes back to the standards joke from XKCD, right? Oh, all these file formats suck. I'll make a new one that fixes all of the problems. And now you have another file format that sucks. So somebody else has to go make a new file format that fixes all the problems. Which is something we will do also. We're going to create a new file format or two over time. Okay. Okay, lexical elements and literals. Comments. A comment can be anywhere outside of a string or character literal. Double line and nested. Oh, thank goodness. And you can nest them. Good. Okay. Double quotes, characters, and single quotes. Good. Backslash escaping. Good. Raw string literals are enclosed in single backticks. Can always use len. Cool. So it does compile time constant folding. Excellent. Escape characters, the bell, the backspace. I'm going to complexify a bit the interpreter. Yes, more complexity. Always for fun and for profit. I have never used a form feed in my whole life. Or an escape backspace tab. Vertical tab never used. Octals hex. Okay. Numbers. So the one thing I'm really liking about Odin that Zig did not do is their documentation is much better already. If you learn a language, the first thing you have to learn is the primitive data types, how you can combine the primitive data types, and how do you write a function. Like if you get those three things in your opening document, we're 99% of the way there to using your language. Numbers. Literals written similar to other programming languages. Useful feature of Odin is the underscores allow for better readability. Yep, I've seen that in the Jai language. If it contains a dot, it's a floating point. If it's suffixed with I, imaginary literal. Binary, octal, and hex literals. Easy, easy. So like so far I'm liking everything he's doing with the language. I don't know that I would use backticks for raw string literals, but you know, again, that's it. That's it. Oh, whoa. That's a choice, and I respect it. It's fine. I don't know what I would choose, or if I would choose anything. You added the save function. Good. Variable declarations. It has complex numbers. I'll have to think about that. Declares a new variable for the current scope. X colon int. Oh, he does not have semicolons, it looks like. Multiple declarations per type. Excellent. Variables are initialized to 0 unless specified otherwise. Declarations have to be unique within a scope. So it also does some type inferencing. It says 10 is an integer, therefore x is an integer. Redeclaration, so the colon is the part of the declaration. So this is similar to Jai. I believe Odin is largely borrowed from the early Jai talks. Assignment statements, declares a variable, assigns a variable, okay? Declares x and y and infers the types. So while I would never declare a variable like this, that is useful. Colon and equals are 2 tokens. Yep. Okay, constant declarations. Constants are entities that have an assigned value. Yeah, so instead of an equal, it's a constant. Yeah, so this is exactly like Jai. Which, on the one hand, it's clever, but it'll take me some usage to get used to reading colon and colon equals this way. Package. A package is a directory of Odin code files, all of which have the same package declaration at the top. In the package's main procedure. Imports format and OS from the core library package. See, the fact that these are string literals, I don't like imports with string literals. It feels bad. I'll have to think about that. There are reasons you might do that, but I would rather it be like identifier dot or identifier colon or something, or path like identifier slash identifier. But I don't like strings in these sorts of locations. I don't like it about C either. Library collections. If no prefix is present, the import will look to the relative to the current file. Different import name. All declarations in a package are public by default. The private attribute can be applied to an entity to prevent it from being exported from a package. Okay, so privacy is not the default. Good, I think. To the file. See, he's got these strings again. So private to the package or private to the file. I like that scoping ability. There's different kinds of privacy. Well, it's like, protected versus private versus public. Is this private to me and anyone like me, or is it private to just me? Authoring a package, directory phone code. Organizing packages. Packages may be thematically organized by placing them in subdirectories of another package. Core image ping, core image TGA. Sure. It does not imply a dependency. Okay. So yeah, basically the organization of your package system is up to you entirely, and there's no programmatic structure implied. Which I prove. Don't tell me in my language, in your language, how I should code. One loop statement, the for loop. I already don't like that. I like lots of loop statements. At least he chose a good one. This is a little odd, but okay. Okay. Can I put parentheses around this? Doesn't sound like it's optional. It sounds like it's disallowed. So you don't have to have the first or the second. It assumes I'm assuming an integer type. And if you do that, then you don't have to have semicolons. So if the condition is omitted, this produces an infinite loop. Yeah. Range-based for loop can also be written I in 0 ... less than 10 as opposed to less than equal to. Okay. Ranges. People love their ranges, and I'm unclear in my own head. I guess I don't know. There's multiple thoughts there. We'll have to think about ranges in our own language. Certain built-in types can be iterated over. For character in string, for value in an array. So really, all he's done is wrapped all of the different looping constructs into the same for. And now instead of looking for a keyword to understand what's happening, I have to look at the whole shape of this to determine whether it's a while, an infinite loop, or a for loop, or a for each loop. So there's less syntactic information to give me the jump start. I have to look at this statement to understand what it's doing. And in some cases, I have to look above. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Some map for each key in the map. Dynamic integer array 149. Okay. The iterated values are copies and cannot be written to, so you don't get any reference unless you declare it to be an array of pointers or something. When iterating a string, the characters will be runes and not bytes. Assumes a UTF-8 encoding. Interesting. Not always. a good assumption, but probably a safer one to add these days. A rune. So what's a rune? Oh, that's not a link. You can iterate arrays and slices by reference with the address operator. Okay. So you can do it by reference. Map values can be iterated by reference, but their keys cannot, since map keys are immutable. That makes sense. For key and value in map. So the other map example was just the key. Value index. Map values can be iterated by reference, but their keys cannot. Yeah, so we looked at that. Key and value. Oh, so value and index. Okay, so that's nice. Okay. For reverse iteration, looks like you can declare a statically sized array and have it infer the size given a literal constructor, a literal array. If statement, if condition thing. If statement can start with an initial statement to execute before the condition and are only in scope of the thing. So that's kind of a nice little touch, I guess. Inside an if are also available to any of the else blocks. Oh, in this thing. Okay, yeah, got it. So that's okay. I like that actually. There are lots of times I'll do a statement above the if that only needs to last through the list of conditions. So the fact that this is scoped to that list of conditions is good. I like that. Switch statement. Case dot unknown. Break is not needed. Yes, thank goodness. The case values need not be integers or constants. Oh, interesting. So you can use the fall through keyword, top to bottom. Who does not get called? If I is 1 equal to 0. Okay, optimize into a jump table. Very nice. Switch statement without a condition is the same as switch true. So that's the default. Ranges. Okay. Oh, I like that. I like that. Actually, I do like that. I wonder if this optimizes to a jump table as well in any meaningful way. Partial switch. Okay, so if you want to leave some out, you have to declare it partial. That's fine. That seems a reasonable trade-off. Defer statement. We've looked at this yesterday. We like it. So this should print this thing, then this thing. No, it'll execute this, print this, then print where's the defer? Then print this one. Okay, so x equals 4, prints this, 123, 2, defer, 4, 2, and then this doesn't execute until we exit scope here. Okay, you can defer the entire block. Nice. Okay, I'm already feeling better about Odin just from the documentation. Defer if a condition, yeah. In reverse order they were declared. Defer in reverse. I think that's correct. That makes sense to me. Okay. Defer maybe something like the following. File handle error equals open file. If error is not equal to none. Defer close. Function exit and relies on a closure stack system. Okay, yeah. So I like the fact that this is scope close. That's good. Okay. When statement, almost identical, but with some differences. Each condition must be a constant expression. Okay. The statements within a branch do not create a new scope. Fine. Checks the semantics and code only for statements that belong to the first condition that is true. An initial statement is not allowed in a when statement. That's fine. Or not allowed at file scope. Yeah, so this is like your pound defines, I guess. Pound if, yep. Oh, and you get type checking though, so that's good. Maybe this seems reasonable. So when statements, you might use Odin's version, the operating string, endianness. Oh, I wish more languages had exposure of what your endianness is on your system. Architecture, debug command is passed. So this is the opposite of the C no debug. Disable assert. Okay. Build mode. Fine. Nil allocator. Blah, blah, blah. RTTI. So if you want to shrink your executable down, foreign error procedures, no entry point. Build project name. Vendor. Valgrind. Okay. Cool, cool. When? Okay, break. Break loop. Okay, so you can name your for loops. Good. Exit. If true, break exit. Breaks out of the block named exit. Okay, so interesting. In my language, I want labeled loops as well. I want to be able to label the loop. But being able to label blocks, that's actually not something that's something I've not considered for flow control. And I like it. If you can label a statement, whether it's a compound statement or a looping statement, that's even more generic and useful. Okay, interesting. Continue statement, only really useful in a looping structure. Fall through, in the case of a case, we saw that. Procedures. Proc. I don't. I mean, I know why. I'm not a big fan. I don't think proc is needed here. If you have parentheses, a parameter list, arrow produces a value. I think you don't need this keyword. Anyway, parameters, 0 or more parameters, x, y, int, so we can still do the declaration compactly. I approve. Passing a pointer value makes a copy of the pointer. Yep, correct. Explicit mutation. Not sure I actually like that. He says it enables a lot of optimizations, and yeah, the more things you know are static, the easier, but procedures can be very attic. Int result int. Nums, but they have to be typed. Multiple results. Yes. Yes, thank you. Named results. I actually like this for documentation purposes. If I look up a function declaration, I should know what it means. So I approve of that. A naked return, that's kind of cool. So it infers from the variable here. Well, knows the type because it's returned. So basically it declares these, puts these into the function, and you just assign them and then hit return. I like that. Inferred naked return. I like that. Oh, interesting. Named arguments. Oh, so you can name them if you want to mess up the order. That's fine. Okay. Let's pause here for a brief moment for a quick little restroom break. And yeah, we'll be back in just a minute. We'll keep scrolling through these Odin docs. Okay. All right, so I like this named arguments is fine. Default values are fine. You can even use those to basically type your parameters, it looks like. Explicit procedure overloading. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. So instead of creating one called toString that takes a boolean and returns a string, and one called toString that takes an int and returns a string, you instead declare them both separately, but then you say all of these things can be called toString, but let the compiler figure it out based on the type, right? But you have to declare this. Hey, C-Films, I'm glad to hear you're doing great. We are also doing great here. Odin is a programming language in the same vein as Zig. It's supposed to be a simplified language with lots of low-level control, systems-level programming. It borrows a lot of ideas from early Jonathan Blow talks about the design of Jai. And yeah, so we're just reading through the docs right now. Did you give up Zig? Well, we're just doing some test driving. We're gonna decide which one we like better here. So yeah, I took Zig for a little test drive yesterday. We're taking Odin for a test drive today. Just seeing what's up. I think Zig is not ready for general use. I think it's missing. It doesn't have very good documentation, and it's missing a lot of useful features. It's not yet focused on the programmer experience of using it. There are some things I really like about Zig. Have I heard of Nim? I have heard of Nim. Should we add that to the list of languages to poke at? We won't poke at it today, but Nim language. All right, we'll put up a reminder to myself to throw Nim in the pile. Let's see, statically typed compiled systems programming language. Yeah. So yeah, we may take a poke at that too. But for today, it's Odin. So far, there's a few really good ideas I like in this Odin stuff I'm reading. So I think right now Odin is winning out over Zig, and I haven't touched it. Yeah. Okay, so just having read through this far, I don't think I like explicit procedure overloading. So let's read his rationale, I guess. Explicitness and simplicity. Implicit procedure overloading complicates the scoping system. In C++, you cannot nest procedures within procedures. All procedure lookups are done with global scope. In Odin, procedures can be nested within procedures, and as a result, determining which procedure should be used in the case of implicit overloading is complex. Is that true enough? I'm not sure I agree with that. It's similar to looking up a function call by name at any time, right? If it's either within the local scope, well, within the local, I guess, frame is how I use it. Then you look at the global. For systems level coding languages, check out C, C++, Rust, Zig, Nim, and Odin. Yep, so I've got C, C++. I've got those locked in. Rust I've tried and I don't like it. Zig I've tried and I may return to it, but I would like it to be more finished before I do. We're trying Odin today, and yeah, we'll throw Nim in the pile. Yeah, I'm much more of a systems level coder. Hey, Dravest, welcome. Good afternoon to you too. So explicitness of what is overloaded. I kind of don't like this. Able to refer to the specific procedure if needed. Okay, that's actually kind of fair. That's kind of fair. If I do a pointer to a function, I have to be able to point to the right version of the function. It's clear which scope the entity name belongs to. Which scope the entity name belongs to. So if you shadow a global procedure with a locally declarative procedure, I can see where that might complicate things. Ability to specialize parametric polymorphic procedures if necessary, which have the same parameter but different bounds. Kind of don't care about this one. These two are actually probably the best example of why to do something like this. Yeah, nim will be interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this. My general use case is simpler than needing this. But sometimes. Okay. Well, explicit procedure overloading. At least he has a function method for for overloading. Basic types. Okay. Oh, booleans. Lots of booleans. Int. Int probably defaults to I32. Uint probably defaults to U32. Endian specific. LEBE for little and big endian. Interesting. Floating point and specific. Complex, that makes sense. Quaternions. He has built-in quaternions. A rune is a Unicode code point. As a signed integer, that's a bit of an interesting choice. String or C string. Raw pointer. Type ID and any. Oh, uint pointer. There we are. Okay. Natural register size. So again, it's on a modern PC, it's probably I32 or 64. Odin string type stores the pointer to the data and the length of the string. C string is used for zero terminated strings because of C. Yep, that makes sense. Probably the right way to do it, really. Because there's so much C code, you have to kind of deal with C strings no matter where you are. Zero value, zero false, empty string, nil. You went with nil instead of null or null pointer. The expression can be used for all types to act as a zero type. Not recommended, as it is not clear, and if a type has a specific zero value shown above, please refer that. Type conversion, type parentheses value. Okay, so simpler casting, I think, is good over the zig stuff. Or with type inference. Okay. Unlike C, assignments between values of a different type requires an explicit conversion. Cast operator can also be used to do the same thing. Okay. Transmute operator. Bit cast conversion. Yes. So if we get a float 32 of 123, he's saying you can take the address of that value, cast it to a float, then dereference it. And it doesn't have to be an actual value, it can be a runtime expression. Okay, cool. Transmute. I mean, I would have given it major points if we called it like transmogrify or something. Straight out of Calvin and Hobbes. Okay. Overall, I like the stronger conversion requirements. I like the transmute as an easier way than pointer casting. Okay, so overall, Odin is doing pretty good. Untyped type, untyped integer, untyped float implicitly converts to stuff. Autocast. Okay, autocast figures it out. You're not supposed to use it though. So if it's only for prototyping, then do you put it in the language? Either it should be robust or it should not. Built-in constants, true, false, nil. And dash, dash, dash. Untyped, undefined values to explicitly not initialize a value. Okay. So that's straight out of Jai. Suppress initialization. Very handy thing sometimes. Built-in procedures. Compiler core library. String type. Index and code point. Format printing. Zero terminated string. Where the whole buffer is a string. C string 2, if we cast that, it requires search from the zero terminator. The length of the string is constant, yeah, because it's stored as part of an initialization. String type conversions. Alias. So this is basically your C union. Stream. Copy, copy. Transmute. Okay. This is probably a better way to do most string things, give you more control. Operators, arithmetic, plus, minus, complement. Yep, unary, plus, minus, multiply, divide, modulo, remainder. Truncated versus floored. Is that not the same thing? Or XOR is tilde? Uh-oh. Bitwise and not. Left and right shift, okay. Comparison, fairly standard. He went with a C style and an OR, which I don't like. I like the Boolean ands and ORs to be words. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. Logical operators and or not. Compound binary operator in assignment. Yeah. So I've seen all these. Seems reasonable. Mostly. Okay. Address operator. The address of x generates a pointer to t, type t to x. Must be addressable. It must be a variable or pointer, slice, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Ternary if condition else. So you went with a Python style. Oh. He gave you both. He gave you a C style ternary and Python style ternary. Interesting choice. Or else, or return, or continue, or break. In, not in. Inclusive range, half open range. In a for, in a case. In certain types of bit operations. Reinitialization. Okay. So all indices from 0 gets 0, then everything from 1 to 3 gets a 1. Okay, there's some ambiguity in here. Operator precedence, fairly standard stuff, I believe. Integer operations. Integer overflow. Floating point. Oh, type aliasing. Okay, that makes sense. This is like your C type def. Distinct integer. So it's an integer, but you can't pass an integer as a myint. Aggregate types uses a struct, enumeration, or a union. Okay. Fixed arrays. Whew. Okay, nothing too crazy here. Question mark to infer its length. Construct an array with designated initializers. Access is bounce checked by default, both at compile time and at runtime. Oh, my eyes are drying out here. Oh. This can be disabled and enabled at a per block level with no bounce check and bounce check directives. On a per block. Yeah, so you would do that when you know your inputs. Array programming. Vector 3 is a 3-element array of things. Okay. So element by element addition, element by element multiplication. And C is not equal to D, which is true. Okay. Setting, subtracting, multiplying. Basic arithmetic on whole arrays of data. Probably vectorized or SIMD or whatever you want to call it. Swizzle operations. So you can reorder elements with indexes using Swizzle. Not sure how useful it is. I don't know. Implicit swizzle fields are available X, Y, Z, W, RGBA. Yes. So when you say .x, it's like, well, I don't know what a .x is, but you have an array of 3 or 4 elements, therefore I can do things with that. So that is cool. Yep, cool. I like it. I like it. So I guess that's why they have the swizzle up above, so they can do things like this. Yeah. Cross. Yeah, cross product becomes much simpler. Shorter cross becomes that, which is much more readable. I'll be honest, this has me more excited than some of these other things about swizzling. Okay. All right. What do we got here? Slices. It seems to be a pretty common thing in more modern systems languages. Lots of slicing. Stolen probably straight out of Python. Similar to arrays, their length is not known at compile time. So this is the main point. You're passing around references to arrays, not the array. You're not copying any data. Everything in the array stays where it is. The slice is your then interface into that array, which is useful. Internally, a slice stores a pointer to the data and an integer to store the length of the slice. Built-in len prop returns the array's length. So a slice can't know its length at compile time, even if it's all compile time known information. This one is dangerous. Where is your reference to the underlying array that this points to? If you try to return the slice, you might be referencing bad memory. For the array, slice expressions are equivalent 0 to 6. Okay, so it's like Python. Yeah. I'm grabbing a chunk of a slice, offset plus length. Can also be written in this way. How do I feel about that? Not sure. Zero value of a slice is nil. Dynamic arrays. So I guess the slice itself owns a copy of the array in the case of a slice literal. Slice literal can be sorted because it owns the underlying data structure. That's okay. I think that makes sense. I think I'm reverse engineering what the slice is doing a little bit. Dynamic arrays are allocated using the current contexts allocator. Dynamic arrays have capacity and length. Appending a slice. Okay. Assign, inject. Both of these procedures will resize the dynamic array length to the wanted index. This can be seen in the example below. Okay. Removing from a dynamic array. Pop last element. So append and pop are what you would need. Unordered removal versus ordered removal. Correct. I agree with all of that. Makes sense. Slice and sort a dynamic array. Hey, there we go. Make capacity, okay. Slash literal for comparison. Slices and dynamic arrays can be deleted with the delete procedure. Yep. No need to clean up slice literals. Slices are always deleted from context allocator. Clearing a dynamic array. While the capacitor remains true, so that's a clear function. Yep, okay, good. So already dynamic arrays are looking pretty useful. Resize or reserve a specific amount for a dynamic array. It's important to understand the difference between the two operations. Resize will try to resize the memory to the requested element count. Reserve, shrink down to the current length or the given capacity. Okay, so some different options for that. Small array. So a small array can be on the stack. Enumerations. You can have non-consecutive values. You can state how big an entry is. Abbreviated way to access a member of an enumeration in a context where type inference can determine the implied type. So if we have a new enumeration, ABC, we can use foo.a, or just .a. I'm not sure how I like that or not. Using can be used with an enumeration to bring the fields into the current scope. Okay, that's more explicit. This would probably be perfectly readable because you'll know what the type of F is. Okay, I'm not too worried about that. Iterating an enumeration. Direction index. Okay, that works. Enumerated array. Okay. That's honestly not that bad. This is easier than creating a dictionary or a hash map or something. And as long as it's an enumeration, I'm fine with that. Yeah, seems okay. Partial, yep, makes sense. Bit sets. Okay. Okay, so actually maybe a lot more useful things here than not that one, this one. bit set of directions. This looks useful. Access a character set. I'm trying to think how I would implement a character set, but then once you have those sets, you have bit set of numeric, character, and enumeration types. Subset, struct, substrat, subset. Membership, equality, union and difference, and intersection. Yeah, this actually covers a lot of coding. Pointers. Pointer to T, zero value is null. And operator takes the address of its operand. So that's very similar. Dereference comes after, so that's backwards of C. So the dereference symbol is borrowed from Pascal. Suki. We have to learn some Pascal, I guess. This is to keep the convention of the type on the left and its usage on the right. Oh, there's no pointer arithmetic. But you can get there using offset and subtract or something. A struct, collection of fields accessed using a dot. And you don't, if you have an address, if you have a pointer to a struct, you still use dot. Because it's basically figures out, oh, this is a pointer, we just pretend like that hat was there this whole time. Use a pointer rather than a value, and vice versa. Yes and no. Yes and no. Sometimes it's really important that you know exactly what you're dealing with, a pointer or a reference, or the object itself. I'm not too worried about that. I think it's fine. Struct literal can be denoted by providing the struct's type followed by thing. A struct literal must either provide all the arguments or none. You can list just a subset of the fields if you specify the field by name. Okay. Structs can be nested by defining a field as a struct. Okay. Alignment, packing, all fields share the same offset. Yeah, that's a raw union. Okay. Struct field tags. String literal to attach meta information. Okay. So some built-in documentation. Unions. Discriminated union with a tagged or some type. Zero value of a union is null. check to see if we're using the string value or not. Okay, I don't really see that terribly useful right now. Type switch statement. So you can switch a type of a value. Interesting. Union tags. No nil tag to a union. Unions can also be aligned. Maps. Keys to values. Make a map from string to integer. So very similar context, very similar, syntax to most other things you would expect. Delete a key. Okay is true if the element for that key exists, or you can do an explicit check for membership, comma okay idiom. Comma okay. Modify existing map slots needs to be done in 2 steps. However, assigning to a struct field is prohibited. Struct map. Iter value. Equals 2, 2. Huh. Map container calls length, capacity, clear. It does not automatically deallocate stuff that you've allocated. Reserve, shrink, fit fields. I think I'll maybe be staring at documentation too long. It's starting to get muddled. The old brain's not engaging the same way. Procedure type, pointer to a procedure in memory. These are the types. Okay, or you can assign them to a variable. Yes, so we have function pointers. That's great. Calling conventions. Odin. Proc, same as cdecal, but pass an implicit context pointer to each call. Subject to change. Okay, contextless, but without the context. Okay, C. Compiler dependent. Okay. Procedure types are only compatible with procedures that have the same calling convention. Type ID of Boolean. Type of I. Type information which can be used in your switch or your whatever. Any type, reference any data type. Multi-pointers. So that basically is your C interface for arrays. So we're going to skip over that. We're not going to use that for any of our stuff today. Zip and unzip. This is ways of manipulating your memory matrix. So they have built-in matrices. Submatrix casting. Non-square matrices. All right, let's look at some of this technical information then. Oh, come on. Column major format. Row major storage is required. You can use row major directive. Okay, good. Transpose, outer product, Hadamard, matrix flatten, conjugate, determinant for square matrices. Yep. Inverse transpose. So that's just namespace manipulation. That's fine. Into the current scope. Okay. Using statements with structs. Entity struct position vector 3. Orientation can be used like this. Take a pointer to an entity. Or you can say using, and then you just get position.x, y, z. Yeah, okay. Parameter directly, right? Must be applied to subfields using entity position. Okay, that's nice. Using position vector 3. So then we get entity x, y, z. Okay, so it just exposes x, y, z. Okay, but leaves quaternion fully. Okay, interesting. Subtype polymorphism. So frog uses entity, and then all of that just expands out into frog. Okay, that's fine. Or else. Infix binary operator allows the user to define default values for certain expressions with optional OK semantics. B.int or else 123, type inference, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Maybe is your optional in a lot of languages. If m is null, otherwise we get the value. Yeah, okay. Or return. That seems fairly okay. Big example. Or continue for loops. Or break. Okay. Okay. Those are, yeah, that's fine. Conditional compilation, file suffixes. Magic suffix, which will cause the compiler to exclude. So if you put Windows, Linux, or it's specific stuff, test, file only for testing. Unless the Odin test command is used. Okay. Entry point procedure main must be located in a file with the test suffix. Okay. When statements, which we've talked about. I think we scanned ahead of that already. Command line defines. So global foo equals config. Foo is false. Integer, boolean, or string. Oh, dash define. I see. Okay. Okay, so key values passed on the command line to the compiler. int, bool, or string. Okay, all right. It's nice. Build tags. Add to a build if it's not Linux or if it's not Darwin. Implicit context system. So this is one thing I've heard about. Allocator. User index. I don't know what that means. Supertramp. I don't know what that means. Supertramp procedure. Okay, so it's a procedure. New int, free the pointer. Allocators. Yeah, so this is what it means by implicit. Every time you call new, it says, oh, well, you probably need an allocator. We're just going to grab the one from context. Allocator for the context. So context is basically your global, your deliberately global scope. The implicit context stores two forms of allocators. Temp allocator, or to be differentiated, yeah. General allocations, temporary and short-lived allocations, which are to be freed once per something. Yep, different uses, different memory use patterns. OS heap allocator, scratch allocator, growing arena-based allocator. Yep, free all must be called to clear the content. So this is that once per frame freeing. New clone. Make allocates memory for a backing data structure. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't just a new free all. Delete. Okay. Tracking allocator. Or if your program is leaking memory but does not. Here's how to set it up. Track memory. Tracking allocator. Initialize. Context allocator equals our new tracking allocator. Then that stuff happens. So this is the when statement when we're in node and debug. Okay. Explicit context definition. Context, runtime, default context. Okay. Logging system. Foreign system. I don't really care about that right now. Using a vendor library. Don't really care about that right now. Parametric polymorphism. Generics. See, this explicit, what's it? Not a huge fan of, but okay. Okay. Specialization, where clauses. Okay, really not that interested in generics right now. I don't think we'll need them. Linking and foreign attributes, don't care. procedure attributes to a procedure, which we called at the end of the calling scope, deferred none equals baz. Deferred none will receive no parameters. So the bar is called at the end of baz. At the end of the calling scope for X is caller. So if we enter foo, then bar is called. It goes in bar, leave foo, then baz for some reason prints out. Where's the baz? Deferred none equals baz. So after this procedure runs, baz is called and passes no parameters. I think. Okay. Deprecated. Field run check will print out a message. For each usage of deprecated, require results. Disabled. Not be used when called. Init. Oh, before the main is called. Perfect. I do like this, kind of. Determined by a topological sort of the import graph and then an alphabetical file order within the package and then top down within the file. Okay. Ooh, bonk. Optimization. Test procedure. Variable attributes. So yeah, similar to static in C, thread local, blah, 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 packed. So this is memory layout stuff. We saw some of this above. Control statements partial, no alias. This parameter will not alias other parameters. Any int caller location. Huh, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Optional, okay. Okay. Expressions. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff in here. Useful idioms, ternary operator. If statements with initialization, iterate through slices of structs by value or by reference. Defer if. Maybe is a union of T and nil, advanced idioms. Implicit type conversions. What to do if you get stuck? All right, are we ready to start this? Should we start this? I think we've read plenty. Getting started. Oh. Uh-oh. Windows X8. Oh yeah, and AMD 64. Okay, so we should be fine. Official release. Let's click it. I'm pretty sure my Windows meets the requirements. Where's the download? Download? Check it out. I want to like download something here. Oh, here we go. Assets. Linux, Windows, AMD 64. Is this gonna just run for me? 131 megabytes. That's probably mostly because of the LLVM runtime. All right, let's put this into downloads. All right, let me expand this out. Oops, let's see here. Distribution bin. Yeah, there's the LLVM. Well, LLD link is 88 megabytes. WASM. Sheesh, okay, well. Put this into our path variable. Let me just do some path variable stuff for a real quick second. Then we'll get started on the command line. Okay, environment variables, system variables. We'll add it to the system variables in case I ever want to do stuff on my own here. New. Okay, close, close, close. Okay, let's hide away our browser. This overview has some good stuff in it. Let's put that link in there. I like the overview. That's actually a really nice feature. Overview, examples. I have some examples, books, external, nightly builds, packages. There's a lot of packages, I guess. Base, collection, core. Okay. Oh, fun. Ooh. Okay, none of that's helpful. All right, so let's go do this. Let's close out of that, bring it back up so that we get our latest environment variables. Okay, open that back up. Odin notes. The documentation is quite good, especially it has code snippets and a reasonably well laid out list of features. With code snippets. Let's try out the install. So I wonder if we should come up with a list of ways to evaluate these things. So documentation. I'd say, well, let's see here. Dun, 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 dun. So far we'll go with like 7 out of 10. Reasonably well laid out list of features with code snippets. We'll see how Googling specifics works. Things like, how do you read a file line by line? That should be something that just pops right up, right? Installation and hello world. Let's go see how that works out. So in theory, we should be able to run Odin something. Oh, okay. Odin version. It is there. Odin generates documentation on a directory of Odin files. Is there a format? That is actually something that could be kind of nice. Strip semicolon from the program. Okay. Type check, run, build. So just the type checking. Run the test procedures. Report. Okay. So Odin's installed. Like, it was literally just a expand zip and add to path. We should have done this yesterday, but like this is not something I've ever streamed before. So far installation is good. So 10 out of 10. This is my favorite. Hello world. Let's make a hello world. Okay, and then there was an example program which was like that. This is the hello world for Odin. So we go to shell. We should be able to run Odin run. Yes, I typed run. That's what the documentation said. Odin run dot. There we go. Oops. Wow. That, oh, come on. Okay, Windows? I did not want this full screen. How do I unfull screen? Windows. I've never done that with Emacs before. Emacs, exit, full screen. Toggle full screen? Revert. I have to evaluate this code. There we go. My gosh, I have never done that before. So Odin run. Windows SDK not found. I don't like this web page. I try to select text and it grabs from other chunks of text. Okay, let's try this. All right, now it's getting down to it. Odin, Windows SDK not found. You will need Visual Studio because for the Microsoft C++ compiler, huh. I don't like this. Hey, what happened to Zig? Yeah, we did Zig yesterday. We're trying some Odin today. We're just taking things for a test drive, one at a time. I'm trying to establish a better technique for evaluating a language. So today we're trying to take better notes. But Travest, you have a wonderful, happy New Year, and at least a good weekend. We'll talk to you next time. Bye bye. Yeah, so we looked at Zig. Got a start on it. I think it's underdocumented, and there's a lot of polish that needs to be done for final programmer usage. So we're probably gonna put that on the back burner a little bit. We're gonna play with some Odin today. Although now I'm getting mad because it requires Visual Studio, which I've never installed on this computer, and I don't want to ever install on this computer. Ugh. Ginger Bill, you need to make sure to have the bin directory with the LLVM binaries. Okay, so maybe it's not as bad. So what I'm looking at is here. So they're saying I need the full Visual Studio, blah, blah, blah. Ginger Bill says we need the bin directory with the LLVM. So if we grab this, I guess we just expand it here. 7-zip, extract it somewhere. Run bat, build bat. Not too happy with this. Not too happy. I should not have tons of dependencies on my compiler. My gosh. Windows sucks. I'm wondering if this will just work if I go to build on that. Okay, so let's go. See, call users, window, downloads. Oh, this is not Windows though. Never mind. So that's not gonna work. I guess. What I need to do then is prop up a different thing. Let's just get a Windows command prompt. Odin LVM build.back. CL is not recognized. I don't want Visual Studio. All right, well. Notes. Requires Visual Studio. That's like an automatic big problem for me. Do not like. Do not like. Visual Studio download. I want the user installer. I don't want this polluting my normal usage. Okay. So we're saving that to our downloads. Making me angry. I accept the agreement. Microsoft can do what it wants with me. I am apparently... Oh, that's cute. You have to click don't create a start menu folder. You piece of crap. Nope. Add to path requires a shell restart. Fine. Oh, Odin. Making me sad. Well, in this regard, Zig wins. I had nothing else to do. Zig was an expand and use. No Visual Studio required. Don't launch Visual Studio. I don't want Visual Studio. Okay. So, what we're going to do. So we're going to close this. Gotta get used to this keyboard. Kill everything. Bring up a new Emacs. Okay, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Odin version, Odin build dot. Okay, so I have installed Visual Studio. In theory, let's see. Okay, I'm already just about over Odin already. And I've lost my mouse due to OBS and my browser hating my guts. There we go. I should get my mouse back. It did not. Uh-oh. No browser. There's my mouse. There's my Emacs. Okay. So, no. This one. Visual Studio. And I have to find this one. .bat. Run from a shell will set all the paths and variables necessary for the C++ compiler to work. I'm not happy. I stopped being happy. Let's see. So I know my install directory. Visual Studio. VC vars all not bad. There, this is my location. Okay, I can't run this from bash. I have to get an actual command line up. Unbelievable. Odin build dot. Cannot open input file. Kernel 32 lib. Oh, I guess you can't see what I was just doing. Oops. All right, so let's add this to my notes real quick. Let's do this. Dun, 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 so you can see what I'm looking at. Sorry, context switching is hard. So what I did was I opened up a command prompt, ran their stupid VC Varzal bat, set it to x64 because I'm on an Intel machine instead of an AMD 64. Then I run Odin build, and it's like, oh, nope, you can't do that. So into notes. All right. Installed Visual Studio under protest. Ran VC Varzal or something. Oh, let's see here. Ugh. Okay, so it looks like I'm building Odin myself. So let me add this to the notes. Okay, we did that. Downloaded and expanded that. And in theory, that is not what I hit. Come on. All right, this keyboard, I gotta get used to this here. That thing. No. That's not at all what I said. Per play. Oh, it did it. Okay, it did it. It did it. Build.bat. That's not correct. it is. Build.bat. Fatal error, cannot open include file std def. No such file. All right, Odin. Now I'm getting sad. Okay, so back to the old Google. There we are. CD into the cloned Odin repository, extract the binaries from here. Run build. Oh, wiki page. There's something more updated. Moved to, okay. It's now double jump, getting started. Okay. The Python script. Does Odin have an interactive mode? I don't think so. It's a compiled language. It does have runtime, or it has compile time directives, but it is a compiled language. I don't think there's an interactive Odin interpreter. Let's save this one. Right, let's Zig had one, I think. Zig, you can run anything at compile time. We can look. Odin interactive mode. I don't think it does. Oh, it does. As interactive tutorial. Language interactive mode. I don't think so. Yeah, so Zig, you can run anything at compile time, which means you can, at compile time run function, you can run your program from itself at compile time. I don't know how useful that is, but language server for Odin. Yeah, I don't think so. So what are we doing? We're coming in here. Python. Portable. I'm in downloads. Why is it fighting me? Okay. Python was not found. Really? No, you do not open Microsoft Store on me, you piece of crap. I have Python installed. Where did I put it? I can't believe this is not in the path variable. C Python. Okay, well, all right. Downloads. Portable MSVC. Yes, of course I accept. Of course. I read it carefully. Informed consent, probably. Used to be you could, build and run software on your own machine that belonged on your machine. Now you have to ask for Papa Bill Gates' permission. And you have to include all the crap they want you to include. It just frustrates the heck out of me. That's why I work so hard on my game. Have it be completely statically linked. There is not one dependency outside of my executable, except for Steam. Zig, I don't think Python. Yeah, I didn't have it in my path on Windows. It's on my bash path. So, and I'm not screwing around with that right now. I don't use command line, the Windows command or environments at all, except for now. Apparently, Odin can't handle Windows without Windows. 441 megabytes. Look at that crap. It's almost half a gig for something I'm never going to touch. Sheesh. Okay. Meanwhile, so in theory, VC vars all backed. Then CD to this. Maybe I'm supposed to run this from this directory? I don't know. Then build up that. I love it. I love it. Just love it. favorite. Let's see. Time execution problems. Nope, not helpful. Ay, ay, ay. That's not even the right thing. Odin needs this. Download the installer here, blah, blah, blah. Take the boxes. If you want the smallest possible, there's a third-party script that installs only the things that are needed. Oh, okay, well, hold on. Now that build did something. Core code misc source. Build.bat. Oh, well, hold on. Let's exit. Let's go restart. Oh, for Pete's sake. Let's restart our Emacs in case there's like a path issue. That needs to be resolved after that, running that script. So we're going to go and do run our command line tool for Windows. Okay. So we're going to run the VC vars all. Okay, and then we're going to do build.bat. Nope, it was not that path issue. Which is not helpful. And I'm not showing the right thing again. Huh. So I ran that third-party script. Added the Odin compiler directly to the path environment variable. Okay, now I'm just pitching. I'm going to go to Microsoft Visual Studio and actually run it. Um, oh, Microsoft. Sorry, just trying to. No, no, I don't want to sign into you. Oh, for flip's sake. How long is it going to take Visual Studio to start up? Continue without code. I want to update my Visual Studio. Uh, well, this is the one I downloaded and installed. It should now be like, oh, I've already got this installed. Of course, it's not that smart. Oh, it put it there? That's an interesting place for it. Bizarre. I do not want any AI features. Um, individual components, workloads. I don't know. This doesn't look anything like what I'm trying to look at here. Preferences. Settings. Not doing anything cloud. I refuse to do cloud. Features. Application. Wow. Extensions. Yeah, none of this looks anything like any of this. Like this doesn't show up. All right, let's see this here. Odin with GW. All right, now I'd suggest installing Visual Studio Build Tools, all of the VS crap, VS Build Tools. Plus, okay, well, they clearly haven't done this. That was 2023. Okay, whatever. This was ages ago. So maybe very easy to do. All right, let's just do this. So let's see, we ran the VC vars, whatever. Clone the repo somewhere. We're going to clone it somewhere, all right. Clone it right. Git clone. CDN. Oh, oops. All right, now I have regrets again. My browser is fighting me. There we go. There's my mouse. All right, cloning. This is taking a while to clone. Goodness. Okay. And run this command just to make sure we're all set up. Then build.bat is what I'm told on the web page. All right, Odin. This is unfortunate. Also tried cloning Odin repo and building. Still not working. I have to open input file kernel 32.lib. All right, well, we can cheat maybe. I mean, at this point, it's just not working, and I refuse to fight harder to do things this way. So let's go to C drive. Microsoft Visual Studio. What we're looking for is the file kernel 32.lib, which of course can't be found in MSVC or MSVS. Gosh, I hate Windows. All right. Kernel 32.lib. Well, Odin, making me sad. Trying to manually find the lib files and maybe I can dump them somewhere. Yep. And of course, this is Windows, so searching for individual lib file is miserable. Hmm. I don't know. I followed their instructions. I even installed Visual Studio. Okay, we have some. Okay, it's probably this one it wants. Do I have to add this to my path? Just so the linker can find what it needs. Let's see. Environment variables, user variables. Means I have to reload this. Okay. Run that. Oh, no, you go CMD. No, you run that. Odin run dot. Okay, so that doesn't work. We can go to users downloads Odin build.bat. Okay, that did not work. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. I have Visual Studio 2019. For some reason, that was the default one that downloaded. I wonder if I need a newer version, maybe? Oh, how's Odin? Well, Elsai Kangaroo uses MSVC. Yep, so that's what we're fighting right now. I've never installed MSVC or Microsoft Visual Studio, anything on this machine, and following the instructions does not yield a working system. So that's what we're looking at right now, which makes me sad. Very sad. Because I'm following the instructions and it still isn't building. So, where to next? Maybe if I go to this thing. SVC setup x64 bat. Doesn't output anything. What even is that file? Oh. Warnings? I can live with warnings. Does that mean that actually worked? Let's see here. This is not the latest checkout. If we go up to Odin, okay, so that's the debug build. Looks like it ran some tests. Okay, so let me go look in that folder. Eventually, I'm going to find the right thing here. Bin. Nope, not bin. Odin exe. Okay, so in theory, okay, so if I make this my path, because I've got now 3 different builds of Odin on my machine, one of which is not the right one and is on my path. So, environment variables, path, edit, I'm going to delete this one. Delete, new, paste, okay, 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 exit, close, close, exit, restart our shell so our so our path variables get updated. Isn't this fun? It uses Clang on Unix. Yep. It might try it too. I actually, just looking through the documentation first thing in the stream, it looks like there's a lot of really good ideas there. But I will give Zig the win for I expanded a directory, I expanded a zip file, added a thing to the path, and it just worked. So it's really hard to argue with that. Odin, notes. but I think did not work. I think the build succeeded at this point. So we'll try to updated path. We'll try that again. So we're going to cd into this. We're going to do which Odin. That's the one. If we say Odin, I don't think it's going to work. I think we might have to be here. So we go Odin run dot 53. So check question mark. Okay, so that's failing. So if we go into do I have to run this every time I want to run Odin? Which Odin? Oops. That's the one that I think built. It's not keeping me in command. I have to run this all from an actual command prompt. This is just, oh my gosh. The dough. Active projects. I'm gonna try this real quick. If it's working, then we'll switch what we're displaying here a bit. Active projects, Odin. Okay. So I need this line, I think. Which Odin? That's the right one. Odin run dot code execution cannot proceed because things were not found. UCRT base. Okay. Odin is not working on my machine at all. Let's see here. Let's try window capture of CMD. That's not it. Let's see. I've got to be able to trick OBS into capturing the right window here. There it is. Okay. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Where is it? All right, so this is what I'm seeing over here. Okay. So if we go to C drive, we cd to of course we don't have tilde, cd users the dough downloads Odin. We run this thing to initialize all of that stuff. Build.bat. And now it's failing? It was working before. Oh my goodness. I had this building once, right? UCRT based DLL. Reinstalling the program may fix this problem. I don't like this. UCRT based. All right, let me search for that. I want UCRT based DLL. All right. We're going to let Windows search for this file, and we'll add that to our path as well. Which, again, I don't like, but I just want to try Odin. It shouldn't be so hard. Waiting for Windows search functionality. Okay, meanwhile, while Windows searches for that, UCRT based DLL gives me nightmares. Yep, I remember dealing with that, but I don't remember why. Yep, always fun. So let's go do this. Let's see if msys install Odin lane. I very much doubt the AI is correct. msys2 package index. Package search. I want anything that contains Odin, Python web encodings. Lame. Hey, JTL. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Okay, I have the directory for this. I think. Ugh. Continuing on the sugar high. Yep. Yep, for a few more days. Next week I'll have to repent and become righteous again. But not yet. Yeah, LSI cover, that's the way I feel about all of these runtime dependencies, is I fight it, I figure it out, and then I forget about it because, I figured it out, but this is stupid. What was the verdict with Zig? Worth spending more time on? I think there are some really good ideas with Zig, and uh, it's not ready for my use yet. I would like better documentation and more focus on some common programmer things like being able to open a text file and not have to worry too much about line endings. So things like that. Okay, so I'm going to add this directory to my environment variables again. Okay. Close the thing, close the thing. Okay, I don't think that's for me. Okay, so I don't think we can use assist to do that. I've I've updated the path variable. All right, just a moment. Never mind, somebody grabbed it. Okay. So we did all that. We're gonna close and reload this thing. We're gonna exit this one and bring it back up. All right. And we're going to downloads, Odin. Running this. And now it's lost my mouse again. Why though? My mouse disappeared. What is going on with my mouse here? Can't I find it? Still no mouse. Remove something. And there's my mouse. Okay. All right. Okay. So overall, I'd say Odin has much better getting started and like feature overviews, that kind of thing. But Zig just kind of worked out of the box. Paste. Come on. Seriously? There it goes, finally. Run that. I'm going to go build job back. Thought we had this run once. So why is it not running now? Do active projects Odin 00 world, and it's but Odin is not making me friends here. That is part of my path. That is in the path. That kernel thing is in path. Oh, it's Microsoft. Yeah, I can't seem to get Odin to run on my machine. Too many dependencies. I don't like it. Which is too bad. I want to try Odin. I actually really do. Ah. I got it all to work once. As far as getting a build. So why not now? VC vars all. Okay. Maybe we need a different VC vars all. All right, so let's try this. Let's go to environment variables. So I'm going to downloads MSVC. Put that aside. Downloads MSVC. We're going to search for VC vars all. This is what we're going to run instead. So rebuild, and basically this stuff. Let's try a new command window. There we go. Looking through. Unbelievable. Okay, fine. Auxiliary build. Okay, well maybe it's done. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Odin. Build. Oh, and now it's working. Okay, so that's fine. So now we should be able to run odin.exe on Odin. Run. It worked. Okay. I think we got Odin to run. That was hideously painful. Okay. Failed. Using Real Visual Studio. Failed. Using minimal Visual Studio script from the getting started page. Let me make sure we get this documented so that I'm not misremembering things from this thing. Third-party script and minimal third-party minimal VS install script from here. Then did a build. I did clone, and that's the one we're actually running on. Cloned Odin repo did a build that in Odin, and now it runs. Okay, so we've got it running. Hello world. So this part was fine. Odin itself wasn't hard to do, but I'm gonna put this as a 3 out of 10. Could not run build due to Visual Studio prereq. First set of instructions followed. Did not work. Second set of instructions did. After untangling the 2 in bit. So, question number 1. If I close this, if I run a shell here, and I cd into 00, Odin run dot. Okay, now this might be my Emacs is out of date with the current environment variables. So let's make sure that this is all where I expect. Okay, so I think that's all fine. Okay, so let's reload my Emacs. Okay, we're gonna load up Odin notes and Odin run dot does not work from bash. So if we go cmd Odin run dot, still doesn't work. If I run this thing, okay, so if we run it from here? It's not working. Which Odin? That's the right one. That's the right Odin. Okay. So this did not help. 64 back. That doesn't fix it. Setup. And that works. Okay, so this is the command that actually works. So far. So over here, if we run that, not that one. Then Odin run. Okay, so we don't need this command window anymore. We can do it from here. Question. Okay, it doesn't work. to run Odin. 1 must be in Windows command line. 2 must first run we set up x64.bat from above. 3. Then you can run Odin run dot. Okay, that was way more painful than it should be. I'm not happy about it, but we got it working, and I now have 2 versions of Visual Studio on the machine, and that makes me further angry. Oh, yeah, I built from source. I got it to build on my terminal. I'm trying to think what else would be different. Yep, I built it from source. I shouldn't have to. So as far as Zig versus Odin, Zig running, it just worked. Zip expand, and add it to path, and I'm done. This one, a little more painful. But we're done. Okay. Whew. So that took way too long. So we go to CMD. We run that thing. Odin run. Okay, so we're running. All right. Last thing to do is do some advent of code with it. Which we need to pick a different year. So I did 2020 last time. We could do 2019 maybe. I want to do something old so that people haven't seen these puzzles recently. Yeah, maybe do 2019, day 1. Let's do this. Advent of code. We're going to do 2019. Which I guess means what we need to do is create an 01 advent of code 2019-01. Get our other main. We need main, we probably need format print line. Probably can't do that this way. Okay. Advent of code 2019, day 1. There it goes. Okay. All right. Day 1. So let's get our prompt. Get it formatted so you folks can read it a little easier. Okay. Day 1, the tyranny of the rocket equation. Santa has become stranded at the edge of the solar system while delivering presents to the other planets to accurately calculate his position in space. Safely align his warp drive and return to Earth in time to save Christmas. He needs you to bring him measurements from 50 stars. Collect stars by solving puzzles. 2 puzzles will be made available on each day of the Advent calendar. The second puzzle is unlocked when you complete the first. Each puzzle grants 1 star. The elves quickly load you into a spacecraft and prepare to launch. At the first go, no-go poll, every elf is go until the fuel counter upper. They haven't determined the amount of fuel required yet. Fuel required to launch a given module is based on its mass, specifically to find the fuel required for a module. Take its mass, divide by 3, round down, and subtract 2. Cute. For example, mass of 12 divided by 3 gets 4. Subtract 2 to get 2. For mass of 14 divided by 3, rounding down, still yields 4, so the fuel required is also 2. Blah, blah, blah. Fuel counter upper needs to know the total fuel requirement to find it, individually calculate the fuel needed for the mass of each module, the puzzle input, then add together all the fuel values. All right, Odin. Here we go. Mass of 12. Ooh, that's another thing we need to do. Hold on. Odin. Emacs mode. Let's go see if we can find an Emacs mode real quick. Let's see. It needs to go for here. Put it there. Okay. I'm gonna do a quick search for Odin Emacs mode. Theory. Should be able to put this in here. Let's see here. GBC Emacs. Odin node.l. Nope. Not that one. I did the raw. Okay. Package requires home page. Odin mode. Not found. Perfect. Read me. Just gotta be read me. Join me at the chat. Blah blah blah. Okay, well, whatever. Dot Emacs. We tried Zig. Odin. Odin mode L. Okay, so if we go to main.odin. Okay, already, automatically, magically, Odin is winning over Zig again. Roots.org for Odin. Emacs mode. Add 3 lines to .emacs. And it just worked. So my part of my problem with Zig was that there were dependencies on their major mode. So Zig and Odin, quite interesting, where they succeed and where they fail, to be easy to use. Okay, advent of code. We're back to advent of code. Sorry about that, small detour. Here we go. So we need a procedure called fuel for module, which is a procedure which takes a mass as an integer and yields an integer amount of fuel, I think. And from the prompt, take its mass, divide by 3, round down, and then subtract 2. Format.print line. Let's see here. Odin, how to format to print. Okay, so these are somewhat C style. Base 10, base 10, base 12, 12. Who does base 12 printing? Interesting. Okay. Which way I can do this? If I do result int, I'm going to just say result equals return result, or return. I can do a naked return. That's what that's called. I can do the format print line mass integer fuel integer. So that takes the mass and the result. In theory, and without reading a lot, it should just work, right? Fuel for module of mass 12, 14. Should I have an expected? All right, so from our prompt, it said 12 should be 2. $14 should still be 2. $19.69 field required. Test. Okay, subword mode is not working for me here. Subword mode, thank you. This doesn't need to be expected then. This doesn't need a result. Return nothing. If fuel equals expected. I don't think I need the parentheses. I don't think I need most of these semicolons either. I think there's like a special command for that even. Result equals, let's not overthink this with casting. Into something. Fuel equals expected, question mark. We get a plus, otherwise we get a minus. I think that's it. It's not result, it's fuel. Well, should we try it? Line 14. Oops. Oh, it's not a compile time constant. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to pause for a brief restroom break. Then we'll get back to this. Just a moment. Okay, we're back. Okay, so it's complaining about some things. Let's see here. Too many arguments. Expected one argument. Oh. There we go. Well, it did not format print the way I expected, but yeah, so format printing, we need to look at how that works a little better. Format print line. Okay. Oh, interesting. Here. Do I have to do this? I would think that would be implied positionally. Er, Format print line. C like stuff should be fine. Clearly didn't. Odin, format print line examples. Print line. This may also be a useful document. So let's add this to our notes. Sorry, I'm fishing around here. Notes on Odin. Here's another. Let's see here. I'm just looking real quick to see if there's some good examples of formatted printing. Hum. confusion. I guess it goes something like this. Is this really what he wants to do? Okay, I guess that's what he expects. So mass 12, 14, 26, okay. They all match the expected values. So testing good. Now we need our input file. Input dot text. Let me go grab the input file. Which has a lot of modules with mass. Okay, now we see how good their documentation is. Odin, read file line by line. If Google returns the right thing. Oh, look at that. Top hit. And the function is just right here. There's an iterator approach, a buffered IO approach. Let's use the iterator approach. Boom. Data OK OS. So I think that means we need to include core OS. Read entire file path, which will be input.text. I guess we use the allocator that's default. If it's not okay, format.println error could not read file. For delete, fine. Iterator equals a string of the data for line in. String split lines iterator, process the line. Okay. The next is Odin parse string to int. Package core strings parse. Almost impossible to find something this way. Parse. Okay, now the Googles are letting me down here. Odin ling int from string. Okay. Less args. Lib, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Google is letting me down. News. Interview. Not helpful. Package strings. Builder. Reader. Procedures. Just scanning through documentation, seeing if I can find something that looks even reasonably like what I want. Huh. A to I in Odin. Okay. std lib Odin. Basically looks like it's a pass-through. Okay. So I think I need core scan lib. A to I of line. Might as well start a count as well. Count equals 0. Count plus plus. Format.println. Red count things. Sum plus equals v. format.print line total fuel needed by the sum. Huh, it doesn't like plus plus, hey? Let's see another one of these incrementators. Path does not exist. A to I, undeclared name line. I declared it. A to I was undeclared. Strings. Okay. So I think we're close on this. We could write our own. If we have to. Okay, well, let's do this. Let's go input, and we'll make a short one. Actually, let's use the ones from the example. So 1214 1969 and this thing. Okay. Input small. We're just gonna print it, right? Yeah, still didn't know about that. Okay, so we can trim it. I think that trim is a thing. Entry equals line.trim. Ah, whoa, come back. Oh, I'm thinking. Trim. Trim is not in strings? I thought I saw something about that in my scrollings. Odin string trim. Trim, I didn't see that in there. Trim. Cut set string from the S string from the left and the right. Huh. Core strings. I mean, we don't have to be super robust. Maybe we just cheat like mad. Value equals 0. We don't need semicolons. I keep forgetting that. The old muscle memory is pretty powerful here. For C in line, for each character in line. If C we get our digit, then value equals 10 times our value plus C minus 0 as an integer. Okay, we get 12, we get a value out that says 12, 14. Okay, so it looks like we're getting integers out if we do it this way. Man, I really put semicolons everywhere, don't I? The answer should be that much fuel. It'll be this print line right now. Now we do the large input. Okay, there's our fuel needed. Should we go submit that? See how that goes. Let's see, where's my browser? Click. Day 1. Submit. That's not the right answer. It's too high. Oh, because we just summed up the mass. Yeah. Hold on. I wasn't thinking through the whole problem here.